Get it together.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Kareniak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
That is
and
the
getting her
best
done.
shit fucking
You know, shopping
ever.
for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is doing well today. I hope everybody is ready for Kara Reed's defense to begin their defense. I can't even say that with a straight face. I can't say that without laughing. Dude, they've been on the defense the entire time. It's been their case. It's been their trial the entire time. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you so much. Morning, Will. Happy birthday, Cherry. Let's fucking go. Yes, I absolutely agree. People, yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day. Because I feel like this medical examiner is gonna get cross-examined. Because I feel like Eliza Little has questions, because we have questions. Because I have one particular question that stands out in my mind more than anything that I can think of. Okay. Officer John O'Keefe lost 3 liters of blood. It's unaccounted for. Where did it go? That's my question. Where did it go? 3 liters of blood. Where did it go? Could that speed up the process of hypothermia? Does that affect the timeline in any way, shape, or form? I am curious. So yeah, I'm hoping that Eliza Little will put this question out there. I'm really looking forward to that, actually. Now, if she doesn't, I'm sure it's part of their strategy. That's fine. But my curiosity on this question will never, ever go away. Because, I mean, the thing is what I want to hear from her is that he lost 3 liters of blood. That's what I want to hear from her. If she doesn't say so, if you know, then it is what it is. But I want to hear Eliza Little ask her about blood loss, and I want to hear her answer on that. So now I do not have this pulled up yet. So I need to get my shit together. And here we go. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like you have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not see that once the defense starts calling their witnesses. I mean, just the 3 witnesses that were voir dired, as soon as the jury hears their qualifications, they're going to be attentive. As soon as the jury hears why they're there and how they got there, they're going to have the jury's attention. The defense is going to have the jury's attention. This is inevitable. It's as inevitable as Thanos.
It just is what it is. Like, this jury is already not going to convict Karen Reed. At this point, what I'm counting on, starting with the defense presenting their case, because they've already achieved the goal in a murder trial as a defense team. They've already achieved the goal, which is to create doubt. There's nothing but doubt in this case.
Before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Everything?
Jim?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions.
Three
All able
questions.
to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
No.
Everyone said
No.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone
No.
happen to
No.
see, hear,
No.
speak
No.
anything about
No.
the case?
No. Hell no. 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 I refuse. No.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, please.
Yo, that movie's terrible, but the scenes with Sean William Scott make the whole movie worth watching.
I do.
Good morning, Liz Reed.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you were to receive some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included within that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside.
So did she
Every
know
case
that they
comes with
suspected
a
it
police
was?
report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information,
That it was
then
a
we
suspected
contact the
vehicular homicide?
investigating
Homicide? Did she know that?
body and ask for more information. Again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, And after I did the autopsy, I did not have
What's up, Scott
all the
McGinnis?
information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days
I wonder
from
if
the
she's on
day
the
of the
spectrum.
autopsy.
I noticed that she closes her eyes for
we issue a
extended periods
report.
of time when she talks.
I was not provided with enough information
Like,
for
I'm
me
not
to be
saying
able
that to
to
be
determine the
funny.
manner.
I just don't know enough,
Now,
but I've
Doctor,
heard
do
that
you
that's one of
recall
the
specifically who it was that you spoke with.
the characteristics.
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation.
I wouldn't say it's weird. It's
feel
a personality
pressure
trait. It's a
or coerced to
characteristic.
come up with a certain determination.
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, this is interesting. Shut up, Robert Chambers.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Robert Chambers be like, shut the fuck up.
Yes, I do.
And what do you
I'll be
recognize
quiet.
those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll be quiet. But when you leave,
No objection.
I'll be talking again. Thank you, Randall Floyd. We actually kind of did miss something important. So he asked her about the manner of death and why she put undetermined. Well, he didn't ask her why.
Thank you.
But he's basically just trying to get in front of the defense, calling it out.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the.
That she was called a whack job. Oh my God. I hate you right now for fucking saying that. Oh my God. I fucking hate you for saying that right now. I'm never gonna look at her the same.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
A trigger warning, guys.
Using the laser pointer that you have there directly.
This is going to be not easy to look at. So, all seriousness, like all kidding aside.
Yes. So first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday.
You may
There
not
is
show it, which is
defibrillator,
good.
adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857.
Yeah, I'm
Now, doctor, this is
I'm not going to go to another channel that will be showing it if they are. I'm not
Yes,
that
this
interested.
is a picture
I don't need
of
to see
the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role did that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and
I wish
did
the
not
camera
contribute
wasn't
them to the
hanging
cause of
on
death.
Paul like that. I think it's a little disrespectful.
Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph.
I think
of
in this
Mr.
moment
O'Keefe's right
he
hand.
deserves some
This is
tact.
the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2865. And Dr. Scortibello, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this photograph.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Same, Dr. Sportybell, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And the doctor will get out the lights. Thank you.
Yeah, listen, guys. I mean,
Doctor, with reference to
well, I'll
what you were testifying yesterday,
I'll address it later.
Scapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp. Was that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
you testified yesterday about a blunt objects injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head, then leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
It could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
I could tell she doesn't believe that, though. Like, you could just tell by the way she answered that.
Would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light, bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee, or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards,
She's living in the limelight now.
thickness of the skull bone, what, if any, significance, or what, if any, what, if anything, you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
Oh, Bev's getting catty.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Squardi-Bello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Oh, here we go. Right off the
You
bat.
testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws?
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down, not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Wow.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area.
She's killing
aside
it
from
right
sort
now.
of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum. Is that right?
She's painting
It
a
was
very
in the ribs,
detailed
just
picture
adjacent to
for the
sternum, yes.
jury.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No,
No injuries to his back.
no,
No injuries to his hips.
correct,
No injuries to his pelvis.
correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no,
No injuries to his knees.
correct,
No injuries to his shins.
correct,
No injuries to his ankles.
correct,
No injuries to his feet.
correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
Wow.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper.
Not even road rash.
Corrected a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Woo!
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Break
You
it down.
agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour.
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the
Right.
person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Listen, doctor, those who wish to be must put aside the alienation and get on, with the fascination. I mean, she's really living in the limelight now. I mean, this is going to be very interesting. Like, she's just going to disprove. Like, how many pedestrian deaths have you seen where somebody's been hit by a car, and are you sitting here trying to tell us that this is somehow consistent with that? Come on.
You are unmuted.
What about the voice of Gaddy Lee? How did it
Would
get
you
so
agree
high?
that John
I
O'Keefe's
wonder if he
injuries
speaks
to
like
his
an
arm,
ordinary
let's start
guy.
there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction
I knew that was coming.
expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never
They're coming.
personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You observed no significant bruising,
Correct.
no fractures,
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
Correct.
right? If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
You got this.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Okay. This is huge, people. She just confirmed that it's a
Your internal
possibility.
Examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had 1 laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a
Yes.
little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
I want to know why samples weren't taken of his scratches on his arm.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
Why weren't tests taken of that?
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
They test to see if there were any traces of wood.
Testified that there
Iron.
were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19. Okay. And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
I've been waiting
road
months for
rash
this.
Cover sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By a
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier,
Dude.
you indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
The fuck is a Fugazi mafia? Fly by night, away from me.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Fake mom. Duh. I could have put that together. I just didn't
I could just
bother
see what
to. Fake mafia makes perfect sense.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next in order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Bro. Lolly thinks he can push Ms. Little around. I mean, listen, y'all. Listen, everybody's entitled to their opinions here. I realize that a lot of you are locals. I realize that some of you even know these families. But like I'm never going to, I never have, and I'm never going to even do anything that resembles attacking the family of a victim. Now again, you know, that's not to say that I'm criticizing anybody else for their feelings. They're entitled to those feelings. They have different reasons. I'm in a position to where I've never met these people. I've never interacted with these people. And so as far as I'm concerned, they're the only thing I can do is feel empathy for them. So and everybody's, like I said, you know, I mean, the Reed family have their business with them, and that's all good. And you know, anybody else who's interacted with them have their business with them, and that's fine. It's just, you know, me. Um, don't criticize me just because I you know won't do that. That's all I'm saying. But again, I mean, you're free to your opinions on that too. So now that I'm talking it, thinking out loud, so whatever. Um, but I figure you should know where I stand on that.
You are unmuted.
No, there was a comment earlier in chat, but it's all good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit, but.
Thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me triple N for identification. Okay.
Dr. Scordivello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of a fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand,
Correct.
the injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact,
That's
if you have a
massive
body
right there.
that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? That's a very
Are those
simple
injuries
question.
consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Yeah, that's a simple question. Like, are those injuries consistent with? I mean, you've treated bodies that are you've examined bodies that are victims of a beating. I am sure. Like you're you're a medical examiner in Boston. I promise you that you have done that. I guarantee it. So, like, that's a very, very valid question. Like, are those not injuries consistent with someone who took a beating or was in a fight? And the thing is this is very simple. It's a beautiful strategy because it's a very simple strategy. If she just simply continues to get this doctor to say, yes, that's possible. Yes, that could have absolutely happened. Sure. Maybe. That right there is doubt that he got hit by a car. That's another possibility confirmed by the prosecution's own witness, the medical examiner, saying that it's very possible that those injuries could have happened some other way than.
Here's for a second. You indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
Was she waiting
It
for an
also could be
objection?
multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
I mean, this is great for the jury is right now thinking, yeah, like, how did he get hit by an SUV at 24 miles per hour in reverse? I mean, it's a fucking huge surface, and you didn't sustain any injuries below the neck, below the head. But it's possible that he sustained those injuries from a beating,
Your Honor, if I could have permission.
which already makes more sense to the jury.
As Exhibit 19.
This is massive. This could just be enough right here to create doubt.
Dr. Squirty-Bell, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
We have just one yard.
Yes. Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853. Thank you. Dr. Squirty-Bell, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
What is that?
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity. Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. Lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort
Okay.
of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes. It goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay,
What?
the lights, please. Thank you.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Lally?
Nothing about the blood. Nothing about the samples or the lack thereof. I mean, it's not her fault. I'm just saying, like, I'm not blaming her directly. Everything that happens is a team decision, and they probably just didn't feel it was necessary, and I understand that. I just wanted it for my own personal
It was on
satisfaction.
the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
We're asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct. Yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from dragging, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or as one of the possibilities you testified before from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
No, I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be. Yes.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that?
Yeah, this is Lally's last hurrah here.
I
Until
would
he has to start
expect
cross-examining.
see, or I have seen multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also includes breaks in the fingernails and fractures?
Oh, he can't cross, really? Okay,
Watch the
thank you
form,
for
Mr.
that.
Lally, sustain.
What, if anything else, would that include?
But I
It
thought he
might
could.
include bruising to the knuckles.
He did
it might
in the voir dire.
include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from blunt objects as well?
They are blunt impact injuries. Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
we all
again,
agree
if I
with you
could,
there.
Just with reference to, you were asked about
Gotcha.
different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is
Wow.
as far as
That's massive right there.
single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating.
Doesn't mean it was one.
You could
It's just
explain,
consistent with
that
one.
in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
I mean, but come on, not I don't buy that. How could they cause the laceration on his eye and his nose, in his nose? Prosecution rests, bitch.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rests.
All right.
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for.
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
If the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
Cheer for Lolly, huh? Here. Aw.
Boo! You suck!
Commonwealth Rush, Your Honor. Yeah, dude. This is it, folks. Holy ding, ding, ding. Congrats, everyone. We made it. I mean, we still got, thank you, Johnny. We still got, and sweep the leg, by the way. We got these witnesses. I can't wait. I can't wait till Lucky Lawford takes the stand, y'all. I can't wait for that. I can't wait for Lucky Lawford to take the stand, y'all. Okay. All right. So it's recess time. So Jackson was like, you saw that was Jackson's his strategy, you know? He wanted the jury to see that. He wanted the jury to hear him go, we don't need a recess, but if your honor needs one, okay. But we're good to go. We're ready to roll. Okay? People, we've been waiting a long time for this. All right? Well, what we're going to see is we're going to see a very insanely she makes Forrest Gump's qualifications look like nothing. Okay? Dr. Marie Russell, she's going to dazzle the jury the way that she dazzled us just with her qualifications. It's going to be beautiful. And I'm highly looking forward to that. And these other gentlemen, the FBI, will the FBI investigation, will the U.S. Attorney Josh Levy's investigation into Michael Morrissey's office become something that the jury becomes aware of? Will that happen? I don't know. And I'm not going to get my hopes up, even though my hopes are already up. So I'm fucking lying if I'm saying that my hopes aren't up. But I mean, I'm not going to hold my breath, put it that way. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice if the jury hears that Michael Morrissey's office is currently under federal investigation, and as to why they're testifying. I mean, that's going to be fantastic. If that comes up, whereas they're asked why, how did they come to even conducting this investigation? Because doesn't the jury get to ask questions like in most trials? Of course, they're not going to get to do that here. It'd be nice, but there were other trials that I've covered where the jury got to ask questions. So, but that's not going to happen. It hasn't happened yet, so I don't see why it would happen now. But yeah. And I feel that Karen and her camp are 100% confident in where this is going. I feel that that's absolutely the case. And they have every reason to feel that way. People will say, well, it's because she's got the best lawyers. Well, no. It's because she has the best lawyers, but these best lawyers have the ultimate weapon on their side, which is the truth. So when you have the best lawyers wielding the Excalibur of justice, then you can't lose. You can't lose. And that's exactly what the case is here. I mean, I can only imagine, because it takes a certain, if you're a decent, good person and you defend someone in your heart is like a piece of shit, as a defense attorney, that's got to be something that you're constantly got to manage. It's got to be something that you're constantly trying to manage and just be good at, but not let it fuck with your spirit, with your but when you get a client who is factually innocent, this has got to be the most gratifying thing. Like, I can only imagine what it's like to be a dope ass defense attorney who wakes up in the morning every day knowing that they're defending a factually innocent person with the truth. It's got to feel like you're Michael Jordan, just fucking dunking right in people's faces all the time, just winning. I would feel great every morning I woke up if I was Eliza Little, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti. I mean, yeah. You know what I wanted to do? I'm not gonna lie. Like I didn't do it because tact got the better of me. So I did. There was part of me that wanted to ask Alan Jackson, like, hey, between you and me, like, is Kevin Spacey a shitbag? I wanted to ask him, but I didn't. I refrained. I refrained. Oh my God. What?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Groovy Cheryl, thank you. Bev just interrupted the request for a directed verdict because it helps Lally to take the momentum out of it. Definitely won. Defense won already. No case here. I agree. And thank you so much, Groovy Cheryl. That's very groovy. Groovy of you. Very groovy. Cheryl with the groove. Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. I'm really excited to just picture the jury as certain questions are being asked. Oh shit. Okay. Turtle Boy Live says I met Lucky in the hallway. He's ready to fuck. Hell yeah. Lucky Lawfren, dude. Is he testifying today, Turtle Boy? I don't know if you can hear me, but I would imagine you can because it's during a break. So yeah, I'm Alan Jackson's ready to go, bro. I'm super fucking stoked right now, dude. Like, this is crazy. I might have to take a trip back to Boston because this is let's see. Paul stormed out. He was pissed about the Emmys testimony. I mean, dude, the Emmys testimony was what it was, man. Bottom line, if she testifies, simply, it's possible that he got beat up. It is what it is. That's it. Jace Esquire for the shirt. Yes. No better advice. No smarter words have ever been spoken. If you're in the shit, and I'm talking in the shit, these words are what you got to have in mind right there. So it makes sense to already have them. I'm not there yet in life. But yeah, that's life goals right there, where I have these on hand at all times. Goals. Yeah, I mean, all I do is like I do have a bit of an obsession. That's no lie. I've got a little bit of an obsession with t-shirts. Because I like to I like having pretty unique ones. And I also like supporting like small businesses because they're usually just small companies, like people just kind of the equivalent of doing a YouTube channel, more or less. They're just but they're doing it with t-shirts, and they design these t-shirts and they print them and they sell them, and And, you know, I like to support that. It's just somebody with their garage, you know. So I like to support that if I can. It's my it's one of my ways of being patriotic. Let's see. Liz Reed said, if you were live at Verdict Day, I wish to be here on call for our family and loved ones, but also here with you all. I enjoy you all so much. Yes, I will definitely be live on Verdict Day if I can be. Most definitely. Is he really? Should we check that out? Let's check that out. Let's check. Okay. I hate that that does that.
Conscious the whole time, in great pain, in agony for hours before they got her down. But who would have thought that somebody could be flung from their car? And this was a fairly high utility wire. So I'm going to say it was at least 30 feet, if not 40 feet up in the air. And she's hanging on this utility wire. Who would have thought that something like that could happen? And it wasn't like she was going 60 miles an hour. She was going about 35 miles an hour. Strange things happen in these accidents. And it's not a mystery to people that understand them, or it shouldn't be. So we need to know what happened to John O'Keefe.
Yeah.
We've always needed to know that, and we still don't have any reason to be confident of it now. We needed to hear this from a highly qualified accident reconstructionist.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't.
Right.
Dr. Scotty Bella seems
doubtful,
a little bit skeptical.
Right.
Of the state's explanation here.
Plevin.
Now, none of this changes.
Come back
like I said,
to the light,
fundamental
Plevin.
evidence that shows the
Come
vehicle
back
data
to
match
the light,
correlates perfectly
Plevin.
with the data from John's phone, both his GPS and the Waze, and then also his health app data. And I'll repeat that here just because I know we have some new people here. Thank you for being here, guys. Just if you're
Dude, don't
very
be
new to
mad
this
at
channel, I will
Lally,
always cover
Plevin
these
people.
cases
Don't be mad at
objectively.
Lally.
And that eventually gets
Be
everybody
mad
mad
at
once
Michael
in a while. Doesn't mean I'm
Morrissey.
right.
Be
It
mad
just
at
means
Proctor.
by objectively mean I am trying to treat the evidence
Be mad at the
objectively.
Alberts.
And that's all
Be
you can.
mad
That's
at
all
the
you can really
McCabe's.
say for sure that you will always get with me is that I'm always trying to tell you the truth, and I'm always trying to look at things from both sides. I'm not a partisan on the state side or on the defense side.
Oh, listen to this back.
That's how I'm always going to approach it. And
Motherfucker,
so I will
right
get things
here.
wrong, but I'm always going to try to be objective about it. I'm always going to try to see things from various points of view. So the vehicle data is established. These are called key cycles. Now, a key cycle is something that you're, let's call it your
Well
black
said.
box, is recording
Well said.
these data streams within your car. And it's recording continuously, but it doesn't create a continuous record. What happens is if the algorithm within that program of the black box detects something that it's programmed to see as significant, that's called triggering, and it triggers an event that gets created in the record. And so if you're in your vehicle and something is triggered, it'll create a snapshot from 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the accident. So if you drive out of your driveway now and you back into a fire hydrant, it will trigger an event, and it'll record 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. That recording will include things like the angle of depression on the accelerator, whether you hit the brake.
I told
any
y'all,
adjustments you make on the steering.
I'm a man of my
it'll
word.
record miles. It'll record your speed.
I could give a fuck about the criticism or pushback I get for it, but I'm a man of my word. Plevin, if you come back to the light, I will welcome you. I will welcome you despite anyone else who says otherwise. I will say I'm a man of my word,
and I welcome Plevin back to the light. If he has the cajones to decide, okay, maybe Karen Reed is innocent. Maybe I've been ignoring all of this shit that has made it so blatantly obvious. Maybe this might be too much for him, but maybe I let my disdain for Turtle Boy cloud my opinions. Exactly. Truth was right in front of them the whole time. They chose to ignore it and lie. But I'm telling you, Plevin, if you put your nuts between your legs and concede to the fact that Karen Reed is innocent, I will welcome you with open arms, my friend. Absolutely. I'll forgive all of the jabs and all of the rumor spreading, and that's all fine. But you know, you gotta, yeah. You've got to eat that dick and do it in humility, with humility. You just got to do it. You got to eat that dick with humility, dude. But that would take so much gumption, bro, that I'd have to respect it. I'd have to respect it. Let's see what he's saying.
From the waterfall to 34 Fairview, dropped John off, and then went back to One Meadows where John lived. It's because Karen's GPS was off on her phone and had been off for some time, so nothing connected to this case. But because it was off, they can't track exactly where she went. But there's only basically a couple of routes that she could have taken. So that comes up with a slight variation. So you have a range, basically. And I don't remember the exact number, so I'm going to make this up. But let's say the range that Karen could have traveled during that key cycle was 7.9 to 8.6 miles, something like that.
Math.
I'm totally making those numbers up. I don't remember what they were.
No
so
shit. It's Plevin math. Of
when
course,
they go
you're
back
making
and
the
they look at
numbers
the
up.
key cycles, they're able to look and say, okay, this one was from a few key cycles ago, and that range matches what the odometer says here. So this is the correct key cycle. The other way they will match it, though, is that there were two events triggered within that key cycle. And these correlate with the information on John's phone, although Trooper Paul didn't seem to have access to that. So it's not clear to me how he even knew about this. Weird. But we know from John's phone that John punched in Waze at when they were about a mile away, because John had never, and Karen had never been to 34 Fairview. So John searched for 34 Fairview on his Waze, and they followed the Waze there. But they missed the turnoff from Cedar Crest onto Fairview Street. They went past it. Now,
All right,
obviously,
appreciate
everybody has Waze. You know that it'll tell you this, that you just missed the turnoff. They may have seen it anyways. So shortly after that, Karen did a 3-point turn. Now that
You need
turn
to shut the
did
fuck
trigger
up.
an event that was recorded in the vehicle data.
Jesus, man. It's enough. I mean, yeah, none of that shit matters. Like, none of that shit fucking matters. Like, this is done. Everybody's pissed at Lally because this whole time, this is what's so funny. This whole time, those people in Plevin's chat, all of these idiots, Twat and Doffer, all these morons,
Shit, including Court TV. Fuck you, Court TV. Yeah, I said that shit. All you people are sitting here waiting for Lally to pull this fucking big ass hairy rabbit right out of a goddamn hat at the end, and it didn't happen. And all of us knew it wouldn't happen. All of us can see, because we use our eyes, that Karen Reed is innocent, and this is all desperate attempts. Every single move Lally has made has been an attempt at desperation, an act of desperation, not providing evidence in order to convict a guilty person who killed a cop. Nothing like that. All he did this entire time was play defense in a very desperate, pathetic way, and file motions in acts of desperation, trying to stop the defense from doing things, trying to stop the defense from having a defense. He filed a motion basically trying to block the defense from having their defense, to block Karen Reed from having her right to a defense. They actually attempted this shit. Bev considered it. The jury is not stupid. The jury is not stupid. Oh.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is Ken. You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, yesterday you told me you would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count. Okay. In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe.
Is he moving for a verdict right now? Is he moving to dismiss?
Competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck. He was spun around in sort of a pirouette. He was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory.
This is wild.
And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court,
If this gets dismissed, this is Eliza Little's moment.
is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion
She's going to deny it.
did, that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational, it's not reasonable, and it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include the element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal.
Boom.
Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
Nice. Well done.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
This should be fucking rich.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's sort of.
So let's leave the comments out.
As far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be.
You want to go there?
With pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct front pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle.
Are you kidding me right now, dude?
From the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as court heard from his chart from Bodie Technology. You have a plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that date. There are arguments that continue throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Famati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text stream. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all three indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. Right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied.
Of course it is.
Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness? Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Popped right there. Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is.
Boo! You suck!
Yeah, I mean, and the fact is, a part of me is even relieved. Like, not relieved. I would have been relieved if he would have let it go, but I still have questions. You know what I mean? Like, I still have things that I want to hear. That I want to see the defense present their case. I'm not gonna lie. But right, exactly, Liz Reed. There you go. But I mean, we all knew that Bev was never gonna. Come on, like, dude. Everything they filed a motion to dismiss and disqualify, and everything that they called out in that came to light here. Like, it totally did this entire time. Like, and we knew it would happen. But we've seen Judge Bev make
very strange decisions, very questionable decisions, all through pretrial. I mean,
All rise to the jury.
yeah, the last thing that I actually expected was for her to.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now.
And
I
that too,
stressed
right.
the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence.
But they will.
The Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness?
They'll
for us?
provide it anyway.
The defense calls Brian Law.
Okay.
Lucky Lofgren, here we go.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Great. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Lockwood, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert is the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Wow.
Those are the siblings that
He knows them all.
had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes,
Graduated at the same time.
correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge,
I love this guy, dude.
Can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for the Canton DPW,
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
So what time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the
Franken truck.
DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does it that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it. So we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood. And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, so you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air
Wow.
ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest,
This guy knows
Kings
his shit,
Road.
man.
Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentruck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is going to be wild.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done.
If his truck is as illuminated as he says it is,
Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes.
What is it?
there's no way.
It is my
Wouldn't have
plow
seen
route
John.
and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
And can I have permission to publish before the jury?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury?
Yeah, very much so. Absolutely. He's honest and
That's
likable.
Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
The jury likes this guy right now.
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you?
He's straightforward with his answers.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him?
He's precise with his answers as well.
That's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except he said he can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can. So I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest And would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
He knows the house. He remembers passing it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Yeah, like he knows. Oh, microdots.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Walker, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck,
I'm sorry?
in front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
Wow.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And
Thank you, Muggs.
when
Right
you
on.
were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
This dude's
Is
all
that
about
something you
safety,
had
bro.
seen Previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
If we have the previous exhibit, put back up with the court's permission. Sure. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right, so now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, your best estimate in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
Boom! On the side of the road.
In front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Wow.
What were the snow conditions like that?
Yikes.
Now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Wow, dude. What?
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that,
Here we go.
vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle the lawn sign?
Yes.
Here we go.
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No.
Lights were still on.
Correct.
All right. Now, once you pass the vehicle,
woo!
No.
All right. Where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process. Take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Passed it again.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview towards Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
He ended up on Fairview
I
again?
don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure.
Um,
Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30.
Holy shit.
How, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview and came back down. And then at that point, I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And then at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay.
Wow.
And when the road was
This is
blocked,
fucking
what, if
wild.
any plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
Who's Paul? Who's he talking about? What Paul is he talking about? All right. Dennis sent me a Venmo asking me to please shout out the New Bedford Barber Company. They're glued. Right on, man. That's awesome. Thanks for watching, New Bedford Barber Company. I hope I hope there's like some serious barbershop conversation going on in there. You know, like straight up. Like I would love to be, I'm not even trying to lie. Like I would love to be in a fucking barbershop in Boston right now while this is going on. Oh shit, I could only imagine the conversations. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. Don't cut anybody's ear off.
You are unmuted.
Defense investigator. Okay. Thank you,
Couple
Microdots.
questions, Mr. Loughlin.
Sure.
At any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
Wow.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
He didn't want to say Bukaki. He's like, that was awesome. Oh, he deliberately tried to avoid saying Bukaki. Poor guy. He's so respectful, man. Good for him. This guy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's really rude. Like your co-counsel's right
I'm
there.
showing you the document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that and look up whenever you're finished, okay?
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Never.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route. Yeah. Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So
What
that's
the
where your
fuck are you
truck is
talking
when
about?
you first go out and plow the road is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asking questions about February 15th, 2022, when you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2020. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about. Okay. And
I mean, if
met
you
him,
say so,
at a
man.
skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
What?
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know.
There's not.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of their driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you out in the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No.
You are
he wanted
not
to
a
make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting
Dude.
at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in
Bro.
a snowstorm,
Lolly.
between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
You're not a Jedi.
Yes.
Stop trying to do the mind
The
trick,
tail lights
bro.
in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this?
Who knows
SUV
his
that you
cars?
saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell? I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it? Or you
I
tell
can
at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw,
Huh.
was this light or dark?
Light.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought they just saw in black and white.
This Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question to you,
Nice.
sir, is how
Wow.
do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on
Social media.
The media.
Everywhere.
So you've seen police reports in the media.
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
I mean,
You're
yeah.
recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news. And so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in? And when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
Right.
That were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023. Would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show counsel. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to read, showing you a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look at it, okay?
I wonder what this is all about.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this, Mr. Greenfield?
Yes.
I mean, it's Lally's job, man. If he could find inconsistencies in his statements, in his story, that's what he's got to do.
Mr. Loughran, after
His
having
job is
reviewed
to
that, does your memory
discredit the
refresh
defense's
that
witness.
that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
Do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct. Never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, if he didn't say those things, if he's not admitting to saying those things, and it's coming from Proctor's report, which I don't know for a fact that it is,
With the road being
Proctor's
blocked
already
off-
discredited.
blocked off, excuse me, at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. It's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you trying to come on, man? This is so pathetic. Because he hit a basketball hoop that is not credible as to not seeing John's body.
Maybe approach on.
Okay.
I mean, it's what he's supposed to be doing. Make no mistake. This is Lolly's job. I mean, we've been watching the defense destroy the credibility of almost every witness in cross-examination. It's Lolly's job this time to do the same.
as best as he can. But the thing is he's not catching him on lies. Like, he's not making him seem dishonest. Everyone else that the prosecution called up, a very large percentage of them seemed dishonest. This man does not seem dishonest to the jury. He may seem incompetent. That's what Lally's going for here, but he's not going to seem dishonest. And that's what it's going to boil down to. Can the jury look at him and say, okay, well, I mean, he's absolutely sure that there was no body in front of that lawn or on that lawn. He's absolutely sure of this. And he's been consistent with everything that he's been saying. And we still have to find out what the nature of this contradiction is as far as his times go. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's an interview that allegedly took place with Proctor or Bukkake, and that would discredit them. The jury already hates them. Michelle Roy, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Well, no, he's actually better at cross than he is at direct. I'll give him that, because he has no evidence. So, I mean, how do you present evidence that's not there? How do you present evidence that doesn't exist? But if there's ways to trip up and discredit the defense's witness, then that's what he's supposed to do. But the problem is that it's a question of the fact that you can't really discredit him. You could try and hope that the jury sees what you're doing, digs what you're putting down, but they're not going to buy into that. If this guy is as sure as he is, and he had this one incident where he hit a basketball hoop because he misjudged the distance, that doesn't weigh against his entire record and how he just sat there with forthcoming answers without any hesitation and very detailed answers. So I'm pretty sure his credibility is intact with the jury.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Yannetti?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down, or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, Microdots was in here earlier and confirmed that Paul is the
every time that you
investigator for the defense.
And everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop. Is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you not to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything, Mr. Yannetti?
Briefly, there's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
you ever see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45. and it
Oh
took
my
you about
God, this
45
guy.
minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there,
You need to shut the fuck up.
the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Is that about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30. Okay,
yeah.
so about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
It was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when I,
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Easy,
Correct.
Tinkerbell.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you
Dude.
came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
He said 5:30.
My timeline was 5:30.
Dude,
At 3
5:30?
hours after 3:30.
stop trying to
It
confuse
was
this guy. It's not going to
45
work.
minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30. Then 3 hours later, it's 6:30,
It was
correct?
It was about
Who's on first?
Because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear.
Lucky's holding his
So I
own
come
there, bro.
down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my
Dumbass.
question is, sir, are you talking about coming down
Oh my
Fairview, or are
God.
you
Shut
talking
the
about
fuck
being on the
up,
road
dude.
looking, sir?
This dude
Coming
is smarter
down
than you.
Cedar looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her.
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
He didn't
All right, Mr.
fucking
Lockman, you
contradict
are
his
all set,
timeline,
sir.
stupid.
Thank you.
You think the jury's looking at you going, oh, you gave a different timeline. You think just because you say it's so? He didn't give a different timeline. He said 5:30. I heard it. We all heard it. Like he was like, nah, bro. I said 5:30. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dude, Lucky was awesome, bro. Let's hear for Lucky, y'all.
What's up, Tom? Oh, here we go, Dr. Russell.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. You take the stand.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency, residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship.
Dude.
And then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college.
Drink it in, Jerry.
Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
She started at
And then what
MIT.
happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
Wow.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
What?
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to
She just kept
1987.
doctorates.
Also known as UMass?
Yes,
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
did. Doctor,
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
yes.
What years were the residence, that first residency?
So
Another
the
one.
first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
But
Yes.
wait, there's
What
more.
was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become at some point a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor.
Become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles.
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were
Dude,
you also
they're
teaching
still
legal
going over her
medicine and
qualifications.
forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
Still going over her qualifications.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training, and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others,
correct.
meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors, and teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so. And I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. So, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Dude.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma?
Troubleshooting for doctors.
Yes, we
and
tried.
coming up with
And you were the
solutions.
director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct?
Yes.
And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive.
All right.
I did that. That was a job I was doing when I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Wow, dude.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Wow,
Which
dude.
also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Jesus. This
Have
lady
you ever
is.
published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific. Have you ever published?
She puts
peer-reviewed
Indiana
articles,
Jones to shame.
And done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Here we go.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996? Does that sound
She
right?
literally wrote the
Did
book
you
on
also
German Shepherd
author
dog
or
bites, bro.
co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of
Wow. This lady's
career.
awesome.
Your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed. Let's see. I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist.
Holy shit, dude.
I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Regarding incidents with Chloe. Dude, this lady is off the chain, bro. Like, now, the thing is like she's Judge Bev already allowed questions about the dog bites. She can't talk about the car collision because she doesn't have any expertise in that, other than being an ER doctor, which, I mean, I would argue okay, but it's not necessary. Jackson doesn't care. Jackson doesn't care that she can't talk about the fact that she on details regarding a car collision with a pedestrian. She's not qualified in that department according to Judge Bev. She's decided this, but Jackson doesn't care. All he wants is the dog bite stuff, and she knows this. But Lally's trying to argue it now, so which is kind of weird. So I wonder what's going on here. Did she send the jury out of the room? Yeah, this is interesting. No, it's too early for lunch. Lunch isn't for another hour. So yeah, I wonder what's going to happen here. Like, is Lally throwing a Hail Mary here or what? Because he already filed a motion to exclude her testimony. And that motion was denied. So I mean, there's conditions on it, but they're following those conditions because again, the only conditions were whether or not they can't ask whether or not she has any opinions on whether or not he was hit by a car. And Karen Reed's defense is perfectly okay with that. Amy in Boston, thank you. I think she said she never reviewed those reports. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You might be right about that. She might have said that she has not reviewed the autopsy reports or the grand jury testimony. She might have said that during the voir dire, and now Lally's calling her out. So that's a possibility. But right here, she clearly said that she reviewed all of those reports. So I'm curious as to where this is going. Yeah, I'm hangry too. I'm not even trying to lie. Yeah, the dog bite history. Good point. But I'm wondering what Judge Bev is going to say about that. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Mystery Maven. I was thinking the same thing. She could have reviewed them, yesterday. I see a lot of theories flying around in the chat here. I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going to happen. I mean, it may not be that big a deal, Lally's got to argue. He's going to try to block anything that the jury hears. I mean, but the thing is that the defense now has the jury's attention. That is unquestionable. The jury absolutely has, the defense has the jury's attention, most definitely, considering how qualified she is. She is absolutely qualified. She's beyond qualified. I don't think I've ever heard an expert witness name their qualifications in a trial that were this impressive. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen that. This is amazing. This woman is spent her entire life in school getting degrees and getting fellowships. And it's incredible. It's incredibly impressive. It's like school just comes easy to this lady. Oh, I have questions about this. Well, how do I get to the bottom of that? Well, I'll become an expert on it. I'll become board certified and become an expert on it. whatever it is, doesn't matter. Whatever I get questions on, I'm going to become an expert on it. And she was a cop, right? And she has experience in law enforcement, years of experience. Yeah, Lally does not want the jury to hear this woman's testimony. This is an undeniable fact that Lally does not want the jury to hear this woman's testimony because it's going to be very damning to his case. It's just that simple. Literally every other witness was damning to his case thanks to cross-examination, thanks to this defense. But this is just going to seal the deal. And we haven't even gotten into the federal witnesses yet, the independent federal witnesses, those experts. Yeah, see, during cross-examination, what he's going to do, and Judge Beth handed that to him during voir dire. She handed it to him. So what she's going to do, what Lally's going to do is ask her exactly what Bev asked her during the voir dire, which was, how did you hear about this case? How did the defense? But we'll see how Jackson handles that in direct questioning here. Well, yeah, Mark S., I agree with you. The damage is already done. You know, the everything in the defense's motion to dismiss this case already. I mean, that everything is true. The prosecution simply failed to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt in any aspect whatsoever. He failed. Lally failed to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime. And so, but of course, you know, we knew Bev wasn't gonna rule in that. I mean, how many times have we seen a defense say this because they're just supposed to say it? You know what I mean? But the thing is in this case, when they're saying it, it's absolutely true. There is no aspect of this prosecution, no aspect of the prosecution presenting this case where they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her SUV. They just simply didn't. The credibility of most of the witnesses are shot. They're made out to be liars. Right now, the jury is questioning why does everyone seem to be protecting Colin Albert? They're asking why is Higgins not looked at as a suspect here? Why, considering because the defense proved that he had motive, why wasn't he even interviewed? He was there at the waterfall. He was there at 34 Fairview. Why wasn't he ever interviewed? The jury's asking these questions already. I mean, the problem with this is like this case is just nothing but doubt. There's no way that jury unanimously is ready to convict Karen Reed. I don't think there's one juror that actually thinks Karen Reed is guilty at this point. I don't see how they could. I don't see how they could. I don't see how one juror could be like, dude, she totally did it. It makes no sense. That it would have to be someone on that jury who is galactically stupid. And I agree. Yes. The jury is not stupid. The jury's not stupid. Sherry D gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And congrats to Hurt Locker 66. Right on. Okay. I mean, I'm not talking about whether there's a bought juror or not, but I mean, it would be pointless to buy one juror. You'd have to buy the entire jury, and the whole jury would have to be in on it. That's not even the it's the possibility of that is like 100 millionth of a chance. The possibility of that, I mean, I don't think that the Alberts and the McCabe's have the kind of money that it would take to satisfy every one of those jurors to reach a guilty verdict. I don't think they have it. All it takes is one juror to be like, no way, no way can I. Are you going to convince me that this woman is guilty? Like, I have doubts. I suspect every single juror is feeling that way right now. I don't think that there's one juror in that whole jury pool that believes beyond a reasonable doubt that Kara Reed is guilty. It doesn't work the other way. The jurors do not have to be unanimous to reach a not guilty verdict. They have to be unanimous, however, to reach a guilty verdict. Period. That's it. That's never going to happen. That is just never going to happen. I mean, he didn't. He knew all the facts, man. Like, Lally just underestimated his intelligence. You know, that's all he did. Lally Lally underestimated this gentleman, and we know this because Lally described him as being completely unreliable. He might as well have just called him slow. When he when he was trying to discredit him to Judge Bev. And so that just tells me just how he tried to debunk the credibility of Lucky Lofgren to Judge Bev. Just tells me what he thinks of him, and he absolutely underestimated him during cross examination. He underestimated him, and he tried to play Jedi mind tricks on him, and tried to get him to trip him up, and dude like not having it. He was like, no, I said 5:30. I'm gonna say no 3:30. When did you hear me say 3:30? 5:30, motherfucker. I say no 6:30 either.
Good after this, I'll report back in session. Please be seated.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Commonwealth's objection is overruled.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog.
There we go.
Because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There up on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark.
This is
and
beautiful.
so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
I bet you the jury is eating this up.
Does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection. Wow.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
In other words, instead of
It's totally a bite mark.
mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm.
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay. Is that this, or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, an animal inflicts injuries. The type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, Many of
Objection.
So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
I envy Aiden right now because he can see this
May
jury.
we approach?
Okay.
Like, I would love to be able to see the jury right now. I absolutely envy Aiden right now for being able to see the jury. I mean, think about how gratifying this much must be for him. Like, all of the hard work. The guy sat in jail for 2 months. With this, people calling him crazy, people saying that he's grifting, and that he's just making shit up to milk money out of this, when he's been screaming this from the rooftops here. And here you have an indisputable expert basically validating everything that Turtle Boy has been saying since he exposed this for what it was. And now you have the most qualified expert I've ever heard sworn into a trial, validating what people have been calling all of us crazy for believing.
You are unmuted.
This is not to be, that's not to be understated. That's not to be
Yes, thank you. Without getting
overlooked.
into any specifics about police canines,
Okay.
does this appear, does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, how many trials have I covered? I don't know, 3 or 4.
Okay.
Not too many.
May we approach?
But a few.
Okay.
I mean, this is I can't wait. I really wish that I could see this
You are
jury right now.
unmuted.
Not even trying to lie. Like, having had that taste already and having been in that courtroom already and seeing that jury, having their faces branded in my mind, I want to see what the expressions are right now.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to see the
Good
body
afternoon, sir.
language.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began.
Wow.
I don't know when the trial began.
Now,
So
as
she wasn't
far
even
as,
prepped.
Who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes,
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th. Yes,
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him. Was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both. Okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed. Yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer, and so yeah, so they were. I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so, with regard to as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't,
I tell you,
initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that
Bev handed him
indicated that
that.
there was some.
Am I asking you anything about anything, any article?
Bev handed him
Saw an
that
article
the
in
void
Boston
year.
Globe
Yes.
about this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time. Yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May.
May of 2024?
Yes,
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
it was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that. Yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago, and I
See, this is
asked questions
bad
about this, is that
because
right?
the jury loves her.
It wasn't in your testimony.
It's picking
just a
on her.
couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
What difference does it make?
But in any event, you saw something. That's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well.
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history. But
She's
you
gonna
haven't
be
had a
like,
chance to write a
yes.
report.
Objection.
Sustain to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Yeah. And
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at.
Objection.
Sustained.
see, the jury likes this lady. They love this lady.
Yes.
And so Lally is coming off like a bully because he's not getting anywhere with his questioning, and she's coming off as very forthcoming, and And so right now, the jury they respect the hell out of this woman. She's an elder. She's educated. She's sweet. she's soft spoken. There's not a nefarious hair on her head. The jury sees this. And for Lally to try to make her out to be in some way, shape, or form nefarious in any way, shape, or form without being able to prove it, without being able to trip her up, this is just going to look bad on him. And it's looking bad on him right now. That I could promise you. And Turtle Boy tweeted, that notice how the defense gets right to the point with their witnesses. They are done in 30 minutes or less with critical witnesses who deliver devastating testimony. The jury is alert, engaged, and listening. Lally put these same people to sleep. I mean, this is massive, people. This woman just spent the majority of her time up there listing her qualifications, establishing credibility, and the remainder of the time, and I do mean remainder because it was the minority of the time up there, stating that she believes and has no doubt that those are attacks from an animal, that those are dog bites, dog scratches. She believes this 100%. That right there is more than enough to create doubt in that jury that Trooper Paul's testimony that Karen Reed's taillight broke
You are unmuted.
and caused those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm. Officer John O'Keefe's arm.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
I'd say that there was a decent mix of age, but not very many elderly at all. Nobody even remotely elderly. The majority of the jury is young enough to look up to this lady here and respect her. Amy in Boston, thank you
Now,
so
Doctor,
much.
you
Wait for Wolf Daddy to get up there in the
testified that you had
stand.
some
Well,
familiarity with,
zero chance.
areas
Thank
of
you.
Forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
Yeah, when these ARCA guys get up there, holy shit. Like, I can't wait for cross-examination of the ARCA guys. Like, I can't wait for that. And the reason for that is because those guys are infinitely, each individually, each one is infinitely more educated and smarter than Adam Lally. He will not outsmart them. He will attempt to. I'm looking forward to watching that cross-examination for the exact opposite of the reasons why I was looking forward to the defense cross-examining Lally's witnesses. For the exact opposite reason.
You are unmuted.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report, specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
What?
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning of the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it. Also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
My first question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally,
Sorry.
let the witness answer.
Today,
one question at
dickhead.
a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did
Yes.
You skew the population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
Did you
question.
skew the population.
Did we skew the? Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so, from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases.
700 cases, you dickhead.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
Right.
Only if it's normal, man. That's all
Okay,
I'm
so Mr.
Oi,
hold on,
cunt.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question.
Fucking
Do not
idiot.
interrupt the witness.
I apologize, Your Honor.
You big dummy.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your
Jesus.
testimony that it's normal
You
in
suck
an
at
animal
this.
attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
Yeah, who can?
Sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
Yeah, dude. The
So
fuck do you
from
mean?
your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing
scratch.
on his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty. No.
Wow.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when those the animal attack
What?
supposedly occurred?
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Of course not.
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
That's pretty good.
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
What?
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC days?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
Oh my God, bro.
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis
And-
report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know,
Swabbings came from the clothing, dickhead.
To the DNA laboratory.
to UC Davis?
Oh, they say.
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You
Who
are
swabbed
aware
it,
that
right.
Came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
The fucking swab did. We don't know what they swabbed with
As
it.
far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm.
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Anterior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do,
He has
attribute to an
scratches
animal
on his
attack, can you even
nose
say with certainty whether or not those
and
marks
on
you
his
feel
eye.
are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
This is not smart, Lally.
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
I mean, like, where's Chloe? That's what the
Did your
jury's going to be
testimony that
asking.
From reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking is,
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
go ahead, man.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No,
But you did anyway.
it's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Yeah.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Please report.
Go ahead.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jurors, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog breed has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, come on. Stop trying to
You tell the
avoid.
jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? Just what's her conclusion? What's her conclusion? In her professional opinion, in her experience, why she's even qualified to be up there, what is her conclusion as to what caused those injuries? A fucking dog. They just want the jury to hear her say it's a dog. Now, the interesting thing about when you see Karen sitting there, the interesting thing about that is she's not reacting in any way. She's not gloating. She's not smiling. She does this when her accusers, who have been lying and trying to frame her, that's when she reacts. But when she's up there just letting the defense counter the prosecution's case, she is just letting it happen. She's not gloating. She's not being in any way, she's not reacting in any way. She reacted at her accusers lying on her in open court under oath. That's what an innocent person would naturally do.
You are unmuted.
They might
Mr. Lally,
compose
you had no more
themselves,
questions?
No, yeah.
but
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
their natural reaction that they might hold back is to react to people sitting up there in open court under oath lying on them.
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise to the jury. You may be seated.
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
Just Richard Green, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Richard Green.
You are muted.
So who's Richard Green? Richard Green is a certified computer forensics examiner, defense expert, performed forensic data analysis on phone data from the state. So Richard Green is going to prove the 227 search happened. So that's who Richard Green is going to be. Which is going to be interesting. So yeah. I'm going to take a few minutes, guys. I'm going to leave you with Karen's biggest fan there. And I'm going to take Clubber out, and yes, I'm talking about you, buddy. I'm going to take Clubber out and get a couple things together, take advantage of lunch. But I'm going to leave you guys here with this. There's actually one or two things that I want to go over. So yeah, actually, let's do this real quick before I go. Let's do this. So Microdots has a new video. So we're going to watch that real quick. The world premiere of Microdots' new video. Folks. Here we go. Here we go. There's no sound to it, though. Oh, yeah, there is. I think it's just the trailer. Let's do it one more time. Let's. Yeah, dude. I mean, how could he not have seen that? I'm going to get dinged for this because I guarantee you that music's copyrighted. But that's okay. I'm going to leave this on a loop. Let this just keep playing. You guys are still here? What? Oh my goodness. Dude. Still got plenty of time before lunch is over. Just ordered my food. Clubber is all set. Let's see what we got as far as let's see stuff. Let's see stuff. All right, let's see stuff. Hold on, guys. Stay patient.
Every day not to do this, and then ask them first thing in the morning, did anyone do this? They have to answer the questions, and I don't think they want to come in there and lie to the judge. So that's my take on it.
The way you describe it, it sounds like you revert back to the feeling you had in elementary school. You know, like the teacher and good behavior and all that, and doing the right thing.
Exactly.
There's always that class clown, right, Albert?
Yes. Now, we did have a situation where a juror got bounced for looking something up during the Scott Peterson case.
Yes, I remember that. And it's not that that does happen. But you know,
Why is Vinny talking about jurors
Vinny,
getting
and
bounced?
as I said before, that the judge considers the jury the judge's jury. You know, it's her jury or his jury, and they you know, it's like they're very proud of the jurors because these are people that are giving of themselves, giving up of their time to do something that is, you know, the cornerstone of our legal system, and they treat them very special, and they are very, very close to them. And so I don't think a juror I think it's like almost disappointing your mother. You don't want to do that, okay? You don't want to disappoint the judge. You want to be able to say, I did it the right way, and be able to keep your head held high and things along those lines.
So Beth is writing about the scratches and punctures on John's arm, and we've talked about this before. I'm just trying to track down a picture of John's arm. So how big of it do you think this could be a game over, one of these game over issues? Like if a juror looks at that arm and says, no, that's not from a car. Here's the backing in.
Jury's already doing that.
No,
Vinny.
it's not. That's not a car. That is clearly from a dog.
The jury's already doing that. Vinny.
Is that game over for prosecutors?
Okay, but here's the problem.
Game over for prosecutors.
There's no dog DNA on the body.
You just refuse to acknowledge
that
it.
in and of itself, you know, you could get up there and you know, the interesting thing about experts are supposed to be there to aid, because the expert didn't witness it. All the expert is coming in, taking a look at what they've been giving as evidence and go forward, and they say this. And the first question I would ask the dog lady, as I would say, listen, if a dog attacked me, would there be dog DNA on my body? On the areas where he scratched me or she scratched me or it bit me or anything along those lines, would there be residual DNA on my
body? And then the defense would be objection beyond the scope of her expertise.
And
they never tested his wounds, dude. They never even took samples of his wounds. They supposedly tested his shirt, which they didn't even test. They tested a Q-tip that was supposedly swabbed the shirt, but submitted by Bukaki and Proctor. So the jury's already side-eyeing the sources of this evidence. Doesn't matter. And why wouldn't they submit the shirt for testing? Why only send a Q-tip that may or may not have swabbed the shirt for testing? They didn't swab the shirt. They didn't test the shirt. They tested a Q-tip. That's it. So this bullshit about the shirt being tested or DNA of dog DNA, it was never, that's not even a question. The dog DNA is not even a question because there were never even samples taken of John O'Keefe's injuries to be tested for canine DNA. Samples were not even collected. So it doesn't matter. What matters is whether or not, because when it comes down to the experts, right? This is what the Plevin camp has been saying all this time. This is going to be a battle of the experts. It's going to come down to the experts. Okay, you've got Trooper Paul versus Dr. Marie Russell. Look at the qualification difference between the two. And she is saying, I absolutely believe that those not only came from an animal, but of a dog specifically. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm came from a dog. And we haven't even heard from the witnesses, the experts that also, I mean, destroy as far as qualifications go. Destroy Trooper Paul. They destroy Trooper Joseph Paul. So these witnesses that are testifying for ARCA, that work for ARCA, their credibility is going to put Trooper Paul's credibility to shame. The entire Massachusetts State Trooper entity, their credibility is in question. Anyone who works for the Massachusetts State Troopers, as far as the jury is concerned, is going to be side-eyed, because just alone on Trooper Proctor's conduct and how his superiors not only failed to reprimand him for his conduct, but egged it on, cheered it on. They joked about it. They liked it. They hit the like on his misogynistic, objectifying, nasty comments towards or in regards to the defendant, the subject of their investigation. So therefore, anybody coming from that entity, which Trooper Paul does, that's in the jury's mind. This isn't going to matter. If it boils down to the experts, all of these people who are saying that Karen Read is guilty, their entire argument this entire time has been, it's going to come down to the experts. Now it's come down to the experts. The prosecution has presented their experts. And right now, when we come back from lunch, folks, Richard Green is going to testify. Richard Green is going to testify in rebuttal for the defense, in rebuttal to the so-called experts that the prosecution called up. So this is going to be very, very interesting. So right now, when we come back from lunch, what we have to look forward to is the battle of the experts when it comes to Jennifer McCabe's 2:27 a.m. House Long to Die in Cold search. That's going to happen. That's going to happen in less than 30 minutes. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's a possibility, folks. Still a possibility. I might be there for the celebration.
Spew out this venom. So then how do you not understand Proctor's situation, where a brother police officer is killed, and why he might be a little nasty with regards to what's going on there as to the person that he believed killed her? killed him. Excuse me.
Well, sadly, the
Just wants them to spew out this venom. So then, how do you not understand Proctor's situation, where a brother police officer is killed, and why he might be a little nasty with regards to what's going on there, as to the
Because he's held to a standard. I'll answer that question. My perspective on that. Because he is held to a standard. Because it was a Boston police officer who has fallen. Since it was a Boston police officer, since he knew that there would be questions, considering the fact that the Canton Police Department was recused from this case due to a conflict of interest, due to the fact that Kevin Albert was a member of the Canton Police Department. Since that is the case, it falls on Proctor. Since Proctor knows this, it falls on Proctor to be the gold standard for professionalism. It falls on Proctor to handle this out of respect for that fallen Boston police officer, out of respect for that fallen Boston police officer's family and loved ones. It falls on him to set the golden standard of professionalism and handle this case with the utmost professionalism in every action that he takes, in every witness that he discusses this with, everybody who he interviews, every single little detail that he puts his hands on needs to have gloves on, needs to be documented, needs to be absolutely and totally on the up and up. No questions can be raised as to how he conducted this investigation because it was a Boston police officer. It is not an excuse that it is a Boston police officer as to why he would behave with such a lack of professionalism. That is not an excuse for his behavior. It is the standard of which he should have risen up and met. Not the opposite. It is not an excuse. I'll repeat that one more time. It is not an excuse that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer for him to behave in such an unprofessional manner. The fact that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer who has fallen should have set the standard for his impeccable professionalism. That should have happened, and it didn't. It is the standard that he should have met. The fact that he is a Boston police officer. So for this dickhead, whoever he is, to sit here and go, you can't understand as to why he would be pissed off and blah, blah, blah. No. Because if he couldn't handle that, somebody else should have been assigned. Somebody else should have been assigned in the first place, considering his conflict of interest in his interactions and knowing the Alberts and the McCabe's. He knows them. He has a personal relationship with them. He should have been recused for the same exact reasons that Kevin Albert was. But instead, no. Since we can't have Kevin on this case, we'll get the next best thing. And we'll get our family friend Michael Proctor, who's with the MSP, to handle this case. That's what happened. Clearly what has taken place here, folks, clearly what has taken place here is the fact that Michael Proctor conducted a bullshit, sorry, half-assed investigation, a half-assed attempt at a frame-up job because Jennifer McCabe was expected to handle the manipulation aspect of Karen Reed because Karen Reed thought that she may have hit John O'Keefe. And she was supposed to play off of that and manipulate her and her people around her so that she would plead guilty. They never expected it to get this far. Period. And now it's biting them in the ass.
to the person that he believed killed her or killed him. Excuse me.
Well, sadly, the type of person who's going to attack you in a social media realm is often the type of person who feels as though, as a public figure, they have a right to say anything they want about you, and it is mind-boggling sometimes. You know, some of the things people will say in an email to me at the radio station that they would never say to my face.
Well, I see Laura Dixon says, I like you, Val, and I know Jennifer Soube likes me, and I really do appreciate all those nice comments, and that's very nice.
Let me ask you guys this: sock in a sock, or
okay? Wait a second. I didn't think I was crazy.
That's very nice.
Take a closer
let me ask
look
you
at
guys
that.
this:
Does that look like a white sole? That's why I thought. Does that look like a white sole on the bottom of that shoe? People, am I fucking crazy? Does that look like a white sole at the bottom of that shoe? I fucking thought so. It's right in Vinny's face right now. Vinny's playing this shit. Vinny's playing this shit.
Sock in a sock, or sock in
Look at that. Does that look like the same fucking shoe? The same bottom of that shoe? I fucking knew I wasn't crazy. I fucking knew I wasn't crazy. And Vinny's showing it for us.
That's very nice.
Let me ask you guys this.
Boom. Look at that. There is no fucking way that that is the same shoe. That's not a dirty bottom of the shoe. That is a black sole. As a matter of fact, it almost looks like a high top. Look at this right here. Look at how the black goes around in the back right here. You see that? That's not a stain. That is perfectly symmetrical. That is a black sole of that shoe, folks. That is not a white sole that's dirty. That is perfectly symmetrical right here on the bottom. Can you see my cursor? Coming up the heel part right here, that is perfectly symmetrical. That is a symmetrical design.
Sock in a sock, or sock in...
That's not the same fucking shoe, people. That is not the same shoe. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Fucking clip this.
Sock in a shoe, or let me ask you guys this: sock in a...
Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Not the same shoe. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That is not the same shoe. No fucking way that's the same shoe. You got to be fucking blind. Nobody's going to clip that and use it because I'm cussing too much on it. It's just the way I talk, y'all. There is no way that you are ever going to convince me that that is the same shoe. I mean, I'll do this shit all day. Right here. Drink that shit in right there. No way that's the same shoe.
In a sock, or sock in a shoe, or sock in a sock, shoe in a shoe.
How are
Sock,
they looking
sock,
at
shoe,
that?
shoe.
How are they reviewing that and not pointing out the fact that that's not the same shoe? Vinny, tell us you're fucking dirty without telling us you're fucking dirty. Tell us you have an agenda without telling us that you have an agenda. Tell us Court TV has an agenda without telling us Court TV has an agenda, Vinny. That is not the same shoe, and you're the one showing it.
A sock shoe. Although Archie Bunker said that, he couldn't understand how Mike would put one sock in a shoe, then another sock in a shoe, and he'd say, "Well, if there's a fire, we got to rush out of here. You've only got your feet in 2 socks, whereas I can hop.
I can hop around and stay dry."
Yeah.
Sherry Wilson, I had trained Belgium Malinois. He bit a guy delivering horse feed. That is exactly what the bite looks like. I think the dog attacked him. He went down on the fire hydrant, head injury.
By the way, that episode
shoe
of
was
All in the Family
planted.
is when they were locked.
I'm saying it. That shoe was fucking planted. I'm saying it. I'm saying it. They got rid of that shoe. They got rid of that shoe. That shoe that we're looking at right here in this picture. They got rid of it. Replaced his real shoes, his actual shoes, with this bullshit. With that bullshit. That's not mud. That's not mud. That is a different shoe. I even think this is a high top. You see how that heel comes up right back here? That looks like a high top to me. Whereas these other ones are low tops. That's not a high top. Wouldn't it come down to right here? Wouldn't that be the top of the shoe right here if it was a low top? This part right here, this entire part right here would not even be if it was not a high top. That's a high top. And that is not a white sole. You're saying not even close to a high top. You're saying that's a high top for sure. Yeah, no, there's nothing you're going to tell me. That shoe clearly has a black sole. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I'm not fucking blind. You're not going to sit here and tell me that water's dry. Okay? Like, you're not going to sit there and try to convince me of that. I'm telling you right now that sole of that shoe is fucking black. That is not a white sole to that shoe. Or a mid cut. Yeah, maybe it's a mid cut. But it's not the same. It's not the same low cut shoe. Exactly. I refuse to be gaslit, dude. I refuse to be gaslit. This makes me go back to my other theory that the dog at some point bit the shoe and pulled it off. They couldn't submit the shoe with bite marks. Exactly. They probably realized that this shoe right here had bite marks on it, probably had dog DNA on it. And so they got rid of it. Because what would be the motive for getting rid of this shoe? What would be the motive of photographing this shoe and then what they present in open court be a different shoe? What would be the reason behind that? Because it would probably have dog bites or dog DNA on it. Probably look like my shoes. that I wear around the house still because Clubber got a hold of them when I first got them. These shoes are destroyed, but I wear them around the house and I wear them to walk him. Yeah, this is unbelievable right here, dude. Like,
in the basement of the bar together and couldn't get out and had to huddle for warmth.
Shabuti.
Shabuti. Yeah, Shabuti.
Sue
Well-
Ford, gentlemen, if the ME doesn't know how he died and the trooper reconstructionist really doesn't know what happened to John, how can you convict? This is a great point, right? So
That's an excellent point.
you know, two places where you want to get this: the weakness of the
come on,
the
man.
accident reconstructionist.
Come
for
on,
the,
man.
Commonwealth cannot be understated. Okay, he was not ready for prime time. You're going to have much better
Oh, that's my food.
experts, not paid by the defense, paid by the federal government from their investigation, who will be testifying for the defense. So they're going to win that one battle for sure. And that one battle may be enough.
Oh, that's awesome.
That one battle may be enough. I think that's an Achilles heel here for Lally and the prosecution. But I want to go over something that happened right after the prosecution rests. There's always the motion for judgment of acquittal, right?
Right.
And in that you get like a sort of a preview of the closing arguments to a certain extent.
Right.
And the defense was arguing this is just a circumstantial case and you can't trust the trooper reconstructionist. It was, all this, etc. Right. And then the prosecutor came back and just went through each piece of evidence that he believed, supported what his allegations are here. But my first line responding to that would have been, at least to the judge and likely to the jury as well, is this is not a circumstantial case, ladies and gentlemen. This is not there is circumstantial evidence in this case, but this is not merely a circumstantial case based on the wait, let me put on my prosecutor's hat to do this.
Okay.
Oh, props. I love props.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oh,
nice.
This is not merely a circumstantial case. Now, Mr. Allen Hollywood Jackson can jump up and down inside this courtroom and say that we only presented circumstantial evidence that you can't trust. And yes, there is circumstantial evidence, but yes, you can trust it. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is not a circumstantial case. We have direct evidence of what happened here. And that direct evidence, ladies and gentlemen, came straight from the mouth of that woman right there, the defendant who confessed. Nobody framed this woman. When was the first time that anyone connected her to what happened to John O'Keefe? When she, ladies and gentlemen, confessed and said what? I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
very, very good. Very good. But you know what, though, Vin? I don't know if I would have
too much.
I wouldn't have wasted that on the motion.
Saved it for the end.
Right. Because first of all, the jury's not there.
Right.
Okay. So you got to remember that the jury's not there. So who you're playing to. The judge is not going to grant that motion by any stretch of the imagination. In my entire career, over probably close to 500 cases that I have been involved with, I've had a judge make that directed verdict 3 times. Okay. I've made that motion probably 400 times. So it's certainly not a thing that is going to, you would want to waste that. That is the perfect closing to go
I think that's
forward.
what they need to do. I think that's what they need to. Now, obviously, the defense is going to argue it wasn't a confession, and they're going to go through that piece by piece on the top. But the prosecution, in the evidence that they believe in,
okay, stop.
They're not presenting a case that is merely circumcision. Now, it's not an eyewitness to what happened, but
stop, you fucking wild motherfucker, stop. Dude, first of all, Lally's never going to have that much enthusiasm in his closing arguments. You're giving Lally way too much credit. That's never going to happen. Second of all, the fact is that you're acting like that's going to convince a jury, and the defense's closing arguments aren't going to rebuttal all of that shit. They're going to poke holes through all of that. You're saying, oh my God, there's all this evidence. They're going to break down in their closing arguments exactly why it's not evidence. It's not even circumstantial evidence. It is flawed evidence, to say the least. It is flawed evidence. Now, if I could sit up here and make more sense than an experienced attorney like Vinnie Politan, then that means, and that tells me anyway, that Vinnie is full of shit. That Vinnie absolutely has an agenda. Because he's sitting here leaving this one major aspect out, is that every single little thing that the prosecution is trying to say is evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, he's going to poke holes in all of that meticulously in his closing arguments. Jackson will do that. Yannetti will do that. Little will do that. It doesn't matter who presents these closing arguments. That's never going to hold up.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Defense calls Richard Green.
Okay.
Can you raise your right hand? Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may take the stand.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green, that's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay. I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. So quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
All right. Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Now, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking, we actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And do you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So the that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education, since you did?
Okay, well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and
Wow.
You really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I would say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay, and have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points, and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Wow.
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
I love this shit.
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember? He said he couldn't triangulate that close of a vicinity.
Place that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that? And
Then he was like, hold my beer.
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact? Is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objections.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter.
I'm all flustered.
I love you, Nettie, bro.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Grocery store sushi.
Accuracy within, say, 500 feet. What would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple
Certainly.
Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
98% accuracy.
Apple Health data returns, for instance,
98% accuracy.
20 steps within a certain time period. 98% of the time, Apple's going to be right.
That's what studies have shown.
Wow.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So he's saying that the stair climb, everything that the Apple Health data determined.
You have placed another document before you. Do you recognize?
Studies show that they have a 98% accuracy.
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, that came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
No objection.
One 800-COLLECT. Call 1-800-COLLECT.
Okay.
Specifically, I'd like to start with page.
If you know, you know.
Hey, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
Are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
It's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said it's the same time period, so again, 12/21/10 to 12/24/22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. Thanks, Mr. Bates, if you could post that. And when you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects?
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors. That represents elevation change. So it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps. And the time period for that is 12/22/14 to 12/24/37.
Okay, did you say 12/21/14 to 12/22, I'm sorry, 12/24/37?
Yeah, 12/22/14 to 12/47/37.
I see.
Okay.
And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now, we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already
This is
talked
fucking
about
beautiful.
in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival, and
now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
You have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
It's as loud as
And
it
is
goes.
the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
What?
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640, if I may approach, Your Honor. Sure. I've placed Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Action program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
Keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay.
There you go.
And First of all, are you, no, that writing's probably too small. I can't read it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen,
Will do.
what
Thank
are we
you.
looking at?
Appreciate you, Jim.
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.ways.iphone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com dot and then the application reference.
And what does that mean? When it says, it's highlighted on the screen, com.ways.iphone. What does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the three of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that is 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So
this dude is amazing.
You know, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that. Next
Okay.
question.
I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Sure. Thank
and
you.
I'd like to go back to the applicant.
That remember, Guarino was like, the 3 times that has nothing to do with anything.
This was to be page 2.
That's
record number
nothing.
3.
Don't look over here. Look over there.
And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do.
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is another entry from John O'Keefe's cell phone data, and this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, if you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince.
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Newman.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that.
Here we go.
During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was how long to die in cold, and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and an accompany file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. The just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that WAL file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db WAL file?
Sure. So the WAL file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column, had it was a time column that'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for HOS long, and I say HOS, HOS long to
Correct.
dry and cold, found in the browser state DB WAL file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called Apicocoa time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, but that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah. So the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say.
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no. So we definitely get the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
Okay. What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How did you use them?
Yeah, so all three of those tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did, they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I
very
believe
last.
we have one printed out there.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I placed the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
I have it.
What is it?
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only want to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
All right, I'd like to go through that, but first I'd offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
There you go.
And with the court's permission, may it be...
A lot of red faces on Twitter right now. A lot of red faces. I'm talking to you, Wicked Mel.
Okay.
So we have a number of columns here. Could you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir, or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history, and also I have the filter turned on for application usage because there's some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions, and that can give us a idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that it's only showing dates, that dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future. And then it's listed, and next to the date and time, you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest, earliest time to latest time. And this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
Now, remember, the prosecution's expert showed his own tool to use this, to present their evidence. He's using Celebrite
the internet
and the other
history
one
happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there.
Yep.
It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29:22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds? Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly.
No, man, you're good.
Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the Google search artifact.
the one that you previously talked about, the Hoslam to Die house.
It's long to die in the cold, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds. FBI, open up! For that Safari suspended state test with the It's Raining Men. What did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have is all prior to the recording of this that timestamp in the browser state.
All right. Now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and
Wow.
how this user used this iPhone with this iOS, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for Hoslam to Die in Cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Hoslam to Die in Cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
I mean, dude, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, McAlberts. Oh my God. Like, I'm not like you guys sit here and you accuse me of scaring people. I don't do that, man.
And his name is John C.
I would never use the element of surprise as a form of amusement for myself, people. What kind of a person do you think I am? Okay, that is low, and it's downright immature, if I'm being totally honest. Okay.
You are unmuted.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search for Hoslam to Die in Cold?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out itself is all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we
delete button.
Know that that's in a deleted state, and importantly on that phone is when I say I keep using the proverbial we. I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between midnight and the early mornings on January 29th, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. And you mentioned other
Wow,
deletions on the phone. I
dude.
want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. MMM for identification.
Dude. Guys, like, no, phones just don't delete themselves, bro. That doesn't
I
happen.
recognize what I've placed before you, sir.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Okay, this is from Cellbrite. Is a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
Okay. Are you able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want me to say the name?
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Brian A.
Oh.
Oops.
I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Approach.
I mean, dude. Come on. This is like, come on, dude. This dude's just basically here to be like, listen, fuck the bullshit, okay? I don't know what these people up here were saying, man, but it's real simple. You delete calls and you delete searches by hitting delete, bro. Like the phone doesn't just delete shit because it wants to delete shit or because there's a mechanism that just automatically deletes shit. That's not true. I have windows from fucking, dude, I have so many Safari windows, it's not even fucking funny. And there's so many that are up from months ago, right here on this device right here, dude. Like, there's no, it doesn't just fucking, oh, after a certain time, it just deletes itself. Bullshit. I'm talking fucking months and months and months. Dude, if I even go to a new phone, like the cloud has all that shit. Brad Blankenship, wait for us. Absolutely. Thank you, Brad. I mean, dude, like, I love how they just tried to like act like that shit doesn't happen.
So folks, we're trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already be in evidence. It's one of 4 different numbers, so I sort of wanted to keep it with that. We are so far removed from where it was that this will just come in as the next exhibit. So you will technically
You are
have it in
unmuted.
evidence twice.
Inside the house, Jace. Inside the house.
Yes.
No, you're the best, Lauren.
Can
Thank
identify
you.
that for the jury, please?
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data, and this lists out the call log with a number of deleted items and number of live items.
Let's fucking go.
If I get to see.
Sure.
It's fine, Your Honor. I think it's already in evidence as well, but.
So
Actually, it's, I confirmed it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified, so.
Nice try, Lally.
Thank you. If you could hand that to the witness, and if I could have first page of that exhibit.
It's not in evidence. We're putting it in evidence. Quit fucking around. That shit's happening whether you like it or not, Lally. Quit trying to play fucking magic tricks.
Okay, with regard to that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and
thank you, Terry.
And on the second page, we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again, a.m. And then the normal calls, what we call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct. Yeah, this is the call log.
And
exactly.
What's the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
Wow.
Percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th.
Zero.
All right. I have
Zero.
to see you take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
This is all Lally's fault, bro. Lally, you don't get to whine and bitch, okay? Because Lally, you called your experts, you presented your case, and you chose to use your time that was designed to prove that Karen Reed was guilty of a crime, but instead you chose to try to play defense, use the Commonwealth to play defense for Jen McCabe. And now Yannetti's expert is debunking the smoke and mirrors game of misdirection that Lally tried to pull here. Now Yannetti's expert here is debunking, is blowing the smoke out of the clear and making things clear. This is what's happening. This is inevitable.
You are
I know,
unmuted.
right, Johnny O? Sweep the leg, buddy.
So, Mr. Green, I'm not sure if that question was clear, or if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you from the first recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 a.m. or so, what percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McCabe's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Wow.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
No, sir.
It's because it doesn't exist.
I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion
That was awesome.
as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been user deleted.
User deleted, bro, meaning Jen McCabe is the user. Loser. Who deleted them? User loser.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Bruh. Jen McCabe, the user loser.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you know who Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports or submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google search?
This is what it's going to come down to.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
This is the battle of the experts right here.
Just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I have participated in, God, I can't even count, hundreds of their training events that they offer, both Cellbrite, Axiom, Belkasoff. They all provide the community with fantastic support.
Take your pick, Lowy. Take your pick, buddy.
Although certainly a class can be very good, but you really need to stay up to speed. You've got to participate in the most recent understanding being put out there. Even in the changes of their tools will change from one version to another.
I mean, so you've kept up to date on Cellbrite changes.
You have no certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things?
That's correct, sir.
And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
As close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this. Okay.
That's for his comments, but at
Okay,
some point,
I
you
understand.
talked to technical support. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whiffen's team.
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whiffen's team, and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Ms. Whiffen saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote them, but certainly I got an email from him.
Are you drunk right now, sir?
Okay.
Had when I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point,
guy-
someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffen's team reached out to you, and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Now that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what your testimony was. And I'm
Correct.
assuming that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct?
But
No one else asked you to look at these phones,
Oh,
correct?
correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to. Yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using, there was something called Apple Map tiles. And those probably, when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had been working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know are what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, where the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that, but all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no
Okay.
GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, there was, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for it?
You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on Cellhawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
The defendant is not on trial.
After Trooper Guarino
I mean,
testified,
my bad.
yesterday, is that correct?
She is. Sorry.
I understand you testified yesterday.
And so with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Guarino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite.
Doing anything.
I'm not trying not to answer you. You know, but I was asked by Mr. Yannetti to perform that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a Cellhawk or a tool or anything like that?
Now, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude.
Objection.
Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Yannetti is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data. Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to the trooper's testimony, you know, I can't say with specificity.
Like, why are you trying to get him to testify on
I'm happy to
Guarino's?
opine on location data, though.
There's no question.
Okay.
Sir, but that's,
I mean,
I'm having a moment, Sean.
Go on.
I mean, You want him to testify on Guarino's testimony, but he doesn't know Guarino's testimony. He's like, they asked me if you could fucking do the shit in a 3-foot radius, and determine a 3-foot fucking radius from the Apple Health, and you can.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now, if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, I want to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Cellebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered, which should then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes.
That's all I'm asking, sir.
Okay. All right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson, SQLite, or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the WAL file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the WAL file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a WAL file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the WAL file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Raining Men exhibit that we did. There was
Hallelujah!
Basketball, I believe. There, Hockermont, Smith. And I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning. It's not at the end. And I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whiffen. I'm happy to share those with you. Very good.
Of course you're not, because he could debunk their bullshit.
In the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously.
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Is it possible for a change request in the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this. So,
you're making you want me to fucking give an opinion on some made up bullshit.
When the WAL file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you
because he's spewing out word salad, dude.
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
The question is bullshit.
Why don't you move on, Mr. Mullin?
Is it possible that the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it. That it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening, that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed on web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How's Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that you assert took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that?
Oh, I love that he just asked
that's
that.
inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari,
Thank you for clearing that up, Lally.
string as far as the smotot.apple.com included, is it? You call that search as far as being a suggestion
You're
from
so
Apple,
stupid,
from the
Lally.
iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food. So I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the how's long to die code was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing now. The time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred.
How long to
But as I
digest food was
tested
a
that on a live
suggestion.
phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also notice the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
That's entirely different.
One person,
David, correct?
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Get him,
Okay.
Bev.
So yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one. And if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
Wow.
It doesn't cause me any
Nice
distress.
guy.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die, and the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it possible that the how long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how's long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 623 and 624 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data, steps doesn't necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps, correct?
Again, the research that's done for this is steps tend to be a very accurate artifact.
So steps could not also be coincided with, say, movement in a car or other sort of movement of the phone as far as the health data is concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only, with that, iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Well, true GPS, okay, is going to take it from the GPS network. What you may be thinking of is assisted GPS, which the iPhone uses, and that assisted GPS will try to, it kind of does a crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers, what's in range as far as like Wi-Fi's and a number of other devices to try to get you an enhanced GPS location and give you the best data possible.
So it takes GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device, takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources, like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 12:21 to 12:24 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
Could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
Well, you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. Which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
I'm going to allow that.
Maybe we can see briefly.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what Lally's trying to accomplish here. Well, I do know exactly what he's trying to accomplish here. What he's doing is he's trying to take a last ditch effort at confusing the jury on Lally's experts, on Lally's attempt to explain away Jen McCabe's Google searches. But what he's failing to do here.
You are unmuted.
All right, let's get back to it here.
Now, to be clear, sir, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that the elevation change from 12:21 to 12:24, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range. Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the Location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I try. There was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right. Yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time was accurate. And when you apply that to the location offset, then the Apple Health data and the GPS all aligns. Now, I have not decoded Waze and found out what functions they were calling and all that. And I don't mean to indicate that I have, but I mean that the latest version of Axiom is bringing that up as an artifact and a timestamp related to Waze. And in the case of here, where minutes are important, I thought it proper that I bring this to the attention of the case as a possible explanation.
As a possible explanation?
As a possible explanation, sir, yes.
Now, the 3 different clocks that you were talking about, are you aware that those are actually associated to power usage and not applications?
Right, that power usage was directly related to the Waze application.
So it's your testimony that those 3 clocks apply to the times in Waze? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that the timestamps were directly related to Waze. It was reported by Axiom when you applied the filter and say, show me all the artifacts related to Waze. These were artifacts that came up related to the Waze bundle. So I guess you need to give it the weight it deserves. Like I said, I've not decoded Waze. That's not something that has been done, but I think we need to consider the 3 minute offset as it applies to giving significance to the Apple Health data and the Waze GPS.
Here you go.
Now, turning to Ms. McCabe's phone again, as far as the search, what you indicated as last view time, are you aware that that is actually related to a time that it was actually focused on the screen as opposed to your interpretation of it?
I'm aware that from that it appears to be the last time and date it was focused, and when it was no longer was focused, that's when the timestamp was written. That's what's consistent with the other data on this particular phone on this very specific iOS.
Now, with regard to looking at this search, you mentioned that you used something called an ArtX tool. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that's a tool that was actually created by Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Absolutely.
And with regards to this specific issue, as far as how this data is being interpreted from the browser state DB versus the knowledge C database and the wall file and all of those, the P list and all of those other kinds of things, as far as the misinterpretation of the data has then caused Mr. Whiffen in further versions of Cellbrite to revise that so that this kind of error can't occur.
Sure, happy to answer that. So Mr. Whiffen's testing was not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that he is, he would need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have 2 versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on a where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current physical analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that, and I see how those programs are working now.
So my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data, as you've done in this case?
Wow.
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
He tried to say that he misinterpreted, trick him into admitting that he misinterpreted the data. What an idiot.
And his name is John C.
All right, so juries, we are going to send you home for the weekend. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We are on track. We will get this case next week for your deliberation. See you on Monday.
Court, all rise for the jury.
So next week, this case will end for deliberations. So, people, I mean, so what did Lally pull off here? What did Lally pull off?
All right, why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
What did Lally pull off right here? Lally just basically acted as a defendant. He's the prosecutor, and what he did was just threw a bunch of shit out there with a blatant attempt to try to confuse the jury. This is the overall view here. And this is not to be mistaken. It's not, oh, well, did Lally just disprove the did Lally disprove? Hold on, I gotta do my what happened here? Did Lally, with his experts, now don't attack me here, okay? Because I'm just trying to get to the truth, okay? Did Lally's expert create enough doubt in this jury? Did Lally create enough doubt? Well, seeing as that's the defense's job to create doubt, but even though it's the defense's job to create doubt, the prosecution attempted to create doubt. But did they manage to do that? Again, people, I'm just trying to get to the truth here, okay? Just trying to get to the truth. Was there doubt created by the prosecution whose job it was to provide evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? Will this convict Karen Reed? Will this show that Karen Reed was angry at John O'Keefe? I'm just trying to get to the truth here, people. Okay? Just trying to get to the truth. Fuck out of my face here, bro. Like, I can't with this fool's bullshit, man. Like, seriously, no more, dude. Like, stop it. Fucking stop it. Like, my man just sat up there and showed fucking shoes that were different shoes, bro. They had completely different soles on the bottom of them. They showed them right next to each other. It was Court TV's own fucking video. And I'm over this bullshit, dude. Seriously. Like, I can't do this shit no more. Can't sit here and act like, I mean, at this point, you gotta be fucking like, I don't think Vinny's stupid, man. Vinny sees exactly what we see, but you're out of your mind if you think, considering the ridiculous tweets that we're subjected to by Julie Grant every fucking day, you're gonna tell me that, I mean, and putting Plevin on there, like, I'm done with Court TV, dude. Like, I mean, I'll watch it for entertainment, you know, and Vinny would be like, well, that's what we're for. No, bro, you call the people who you bring on fucking experts. Stop it. You call the people who you bring on experts, and it's a crock of shit. Like, the thing is like, this case, man, made me feel so passionate about everything that was going on, you know? Let's hear what the real boy's saying here.
You got these FBI guys, right?
Let's see
Yeah,
what
we want them.
I don't have any
Again,
more
a little overqualified. The guy from Quantico we want to talk to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that.
There's Ted Daniel. Oh, that dude wants the picture with Aiden going like this. Right on. The Van Buren boys versus the Advantage boys. The Van Buren boys. I love that shit. Dude, did I pause this? I did pause it. I didn't mean to pause it.
Yeah. That's never gonna happen. Where is he? Not even here. I was gonna show him. Have a good weekend. Hey. Get some rest. I mean, it's been a tough week. Yeah.
FBI, open up!
Oh my god, dude. They're gonna wrap this up by next week, bro. This is it. Like, we're just playing the waiting game at this point.
Here, I don't have a.
We're just playing the waiting game at this point.
Hey, John, they have some. What do you have witnesses?
Like, it's just, we still haven't even heard from the experts. We haven't even heard.
You got the FBI guys we want to hear from, right?
Right, exactly.
Guys from Quantico.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. Want to work for the FBI? Or who did work for the contact?
Lally practically attacked Dr. Russell. The jury hates Lally. The jury fucking hates Lally. So we're reaching towards the end of this trial, and there's just no way that jury is going to unanimously convict Karen Reed. It's just never going to happen. This is it's going to be a unanimous acquittal, is what it's going to be. No, man, Vinny was the only one that I had any faith in anymore, man. Like, he was the last one. Defense writing, and he knows it too. I could tell by his reactions. I could see when he sees my comments in his fucking chat. I could see it, Vinny. I can see when you see my comments, dude, and how you're torn between your soul and your cash cow. Like, I can see it. I can see the tug of war happening between your angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. I could see it. You know exactly. You see the same shit we see, Vinny. Happening.
Yeah, we didn't see that. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
I don't even dislike Vinny. Like, I bet he's a cool dude. You know what I mean? Like, I bet he's a cool dude. I'm just saying.
Jonathan, what are you asking? You're usually question number one.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying Vinny's full of shit. Court TV is full of shit. That's all I'm saying. Vinny's probably a really cool dude.
Kind of look bored. He's got 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, we finished early today, right? But they, I assume, went faster than they expected.
We got locked too. Sorry. Xbox me.
Like, I get the mindset, dude. Like, look, I get the mindset. The mindset is they're fucking they look at this thing as like a supply and demand type thing. They're running a business. How do they keep people? How do they keep viewers? They've got some asshole calling the shots in some office upstairs from Vinny and saying that Vinny and Julie and all of these people, what they have to do is keep the questions going. They have to be on the fence because they figure that that's what's going to keep people watching. If people make their mind up about this case, they're going to move on and watch something else if their mind's made up about it. And that's just simply not true. They underestimate their audience. They underestimate the character of their audience. The character of their audience is that they want to see justice take place. Even the ones who think Karen Reed is guilty, they at least believe in their minds that they want to see justice take place. There's too many arguments happening online, and this being the basis of those arguments. So they want to see this out. They want to see this through. And they figure that if they ride the fence and they sit there and go, oh, well, we'll just have to see. I don't know. And blah, blah, blah. It's, it's a bunch of bullshit. Like just call it like it is. Look at this evidence versus this evidence. Look at the burden of proof that's on the Commonwealth and how much they failed to meet that burden. It's real simple. It's real fucking simple, dude. Like, this is the burden of proof. Have they met that burden? And you're sitting and all you got to do is just analyze each particular thing. And it takes 5 minutes. Then you could do a 45-minute segment on court TV analyzing what the prosecution claims to be damning evidence and whether or not holes could be poked through it and disprove the validity of it. And did the defense manage to do that? Did the defense manage to show how much doubt there is in the prosecution's case? Or better yet, has the prosecution managed to show how much doubt that there is in their own case? That's exactly what happened. And who was the asshole? Somebody attacked this woman. I believe it was it was Krusty Panties who tried saying that this
This lady right here, because she does the recaps with NBC 10 Boston. She does the recaps, and she basically questioned whether or not there were people on the payroll for the Commonwealth, witnesses on the payroll for the Commonwealth. And Krusty Panties freaked the fuck out. Started accusing her of being in the defense's pocket, which is just bullshit.
Were you at the parade?
Good. Nice. Like the shirt, bud.
Thank you.
Artifact.
A lot of people.
I mean, look at all those news cameras out there, dude. Look at all those news cameras, dude. I love it.
You guys get front row every time. You guys are spoiled is what it is.
Fucking, you got Tom out there rubbing elbows with mainstream media, as deserved. You've got Turtle Boy out there rubbing elbows with mainstream media. Turtle Boy, who gets a direct quote from one of the members of the defense team almost every single day as of late. He approaches him. He asks him a direct question.
No, I never asked that question.
At one point, Yannetti even addressed him.
I'm here every day. So someone asked
and answered his question.
I'm here every day. So it's not that many things. It's just that's it.
Why is that? Because every single one of these people have been validated so far.
I know, right out the gate too.
Tom has been
Their first day,
validated.
yeah.
All of the people that Tom represents out there out front have been validated. And most importantly, Turtle Boy and his investigative efforts have been validated.
So glad. Really be started. It's just not an hour early.
Yeah, there's nobody out there waiting for Adam Lally and for a statement from Adam Lally. Nobody's doing it. Nobody gives a fuck what he has to say. Everybody's out here waiting for Karen Reed and her team to walk out here and give their thoughts on the day. Why is that? Here comes Alan Jackson. Here's Karen.
Good day. Good day, huh?
Good day.
Can we carry that for you?
Can you?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. Yep, today was a good day. What was good about it? Medical examiner said that John's injuries were not classic pedestrian injuries, which we all knew, but it was good to hear an expert say it. Their expert.
Their expert. There you go.
What about your expert? Karen, I apologize. What about your expert?
The way Adam Molly treated you, which I think you handled it pretty well. It was fine. It was fine. He had a job to do, and hopefully he appreciated.
Oh, that's Turtle Boy talking to Richard Green. Turtle Boy's getting a direct quote from Richard Green, which I look forward to seeing
Karen, how do you
later.
feel about the place starting? Like week one. So, there's a lot of opinions about this case. So people are debating online what you said in the last voicemail. Can you clarify that for us if you're able to?
Who's that? Who's that?
They should listen to it. Karen,
What is
how did that
Karen
go?
saying?
Five.
Good. How are you feeling right now, Lisa Ford?
For people have different opinions. Will it be clarified before the end of the trial? Are you going to be spending the weekend?
Always. Same song.
Hi there.
Dana. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Oh, there's that little girl again. Hold on. I gotta like. I don't like to show kids. If I can help it. The kid's not in the shot though. Hold on.
Yeah, so nice to meet you. Right. Oh, yeah. That's too bad. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know you're not.
That ain't gonna happen, Al.
I mean, sometimes I slip, and a kid jumps in the shot, but I do the best I can. And yeah, see, there's some right there. I try not to. I think Tom's actually making an effort not to. Yeah, okay, I can't show that. But yeah, Karen's Karen's mom is posing for pictures with the kids, which is very sweet of her to do. No, I wouldn't say that the children shouldn't be there. As a matter of fact, I think it's a good civics lesson for them. Um, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Um, I just, you know, and then at the end of the day, it's up to the parent whether or not they're okay with their kid being shown on YouTube, and I don't think it's bad parenting necessarily. It's their call. I just prefer not to show kids on my channel. That's it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's see what
It's done. We're going to finish calling witnesses on Monday. I think we'll probably get all the evidence done by Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if we're doing closing arguments on Tuesday, and it can't come soon enough. Thank you, guys.
So, Gannetti expects closing arguments on Tuesday. You heard it.
David Janetti.
Thank you, guys.
You're the best. I love her. She's awesome.
No filter.
No.
All right, so all right. Let's take a look at here.
My favorite band when I was in college. He says thanks, and you're welcome, Bono.
It figures, man, that you two would be one of your favorite bands. Jesus fucking Christ. You're the one guy who was fucking thrilled about that shit coming at fucking mandatory with your new iPhone when that happened.
Eric Steele.
I was like, fuck,
is
man,
talking
how do I
about
get
the
rid of this
testing.
shit?
So I think Eric is a believer in the 227, but I'm just curious, Eric, does it mean nothing to you that Karen asked the paramedic the same question on the ambulance? Does that factor into your thinking at all? Does it make sense to you that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe go home knowing that the plan is to put John out to die in the cold? As strange
Totally.
as a plan as that is,
No.
that's the plan.
No,
They would know they wouldn't get away with it.
She
They were
spoke to
super
Brian
unlikely
right
to get away with
before
this.
that, stupid.
So Jen and Matt would be driving home knowing that they were very likely to spend the rest of their
No,
lives
you
in jail
dummy.
if they don't go to the police.
She spoke. She
So is it your
communicated with
belief
somebody over the phone
that they made that decision to, instead of going to the police and avoid jail and possibly save the life of their friend and make it so that their kids didn't have to grow up without parents, instead they just casually went home after dropping off Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel. They tucked in their kids, kissed them goodnight, brushed their teeth. Jen searched for the Hockomock Basketball League, put on It's Raining Men to watch a video before she goes to bed.
Stupidest fucking shit ever, bro.
Communicated with the coach of that basketball league. Oh, and then for the heck of it, Googled how long to
That's
die
what I'm
Nicole.
saying, man. I'm telling
Her
you.
heart rate was completely normal.
11.
Remember, we know that
Right,
from her
buddy.
phone.
Okay. Yeah, I need you to shut up, buddy. Plevin, I'm telling you, come to the light, my friend. I'll take some criticism for welcoming you. I will. But you gotta, I mean, you got a lot of people to apologize to. You got a lot that you're gonna have to admit to, but I'll welcome you. I mean, I'm telling you, that's a dick you're just gonna have to eat. There's no and Broken Baker, I got your message. I've got to get back to you on that. But I mean, in theory, I'm super down. I just don't know what my plans are that week just yet. And there's certain things that are possible that would make it impossible for me to do your show. But I really want to, because I really enjoyed that panel. I like your show, and I really enjoyed that last panel that you had. And it was fantastic. It was amazing, actually. So, but thanks for joining me here. Listen, bro. See, Microdots. Microdots. I'm risking getting criticism from Microdots for welcoming you into the light, Plevin. For me, it's not too little, too late, my friend. There's a lot of I'm sorry's you're gonna have to throw around. There's a lot of. I mean, I'm telling you, it's a big. There's a dick, and you're gonna have to suck on that one, man. It's gonna be a big, smelly, greasy fucking malangouche. All right, that you're gonna have to put your lips around. But once you do that, my friend, I'm welcoming you into the light, my friend. I'm welcoming you, despite the criticism I'll get for it. I'm going to welcome you with open arms, my friend. Okay, I promise you. But guys, I am going to wrap this up. I'm sure I'll be live again very, very soon with a recap and some more thoughts on certain things. But yeah, not the same shoe, guys. Not the same shoe. People, I love you very much. Okay, you are fantastic. Thank you guys for liking the video. Thank you guys for subscribing. I hope you guys continue to enjoy the channel. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.